Hello everyone, and welcome to the stream. Today we'll be just messing around with some random 75 entropy runs, and using some tactics I haven't really used too often in the past. So we'll start off with a toxic build, which I think toxic is probably the worst tactic tree in the entire game, but we'll see what we can do with it. I've got it set up for dash virulent bombs, where the bombs, they leave venom behind, and then also I have it set up so when I get chain lightning on my attacks, it inflicts poison. And then eventually, I'll be adding in a lot more poison stuff throughout the run in order to make a sort of a chain reaction effect. Where enemies are going to get poisoned, and then when they're poisoned, they'll drop a bomb, and then the bomb will drop venom, and then the venom will poison them again. So, pretty much once the chain reaction gets started, it makes an infinite loop of virulent bombs. At least in terms of boss fights. In regular rooms, the poison is pretty much not going to have time to actually tick, which is the main problem with poison in general. The way that they did the mechanics for poison on normal enemies doesn't really make a whole lot of sense for this type of game. It's basically like a really bad version of the Rend Execute. Because what it does is, as soon as the poison is applied, it puts like a snapshot of the enemy's HP, and then based on how high, based on the enemy's amount of health, the poison will automatically kill them after a certain amount of time. But the time it takes for the poison to apply is based on how much total health they have. So it ends up getting to the point of where, in like the higher entropy settings, when you have enemy HP turned up, you can sit there and wait like 10 seconds for poison to apply. It's really bad. And the problem is, like, it won't ever recalculate the poison either. It, like, if you apply a second instance of poison. So, like I said, it's kind of like a really bad version of Execute. There's a lot of things like that with the poison tree that are just mechanical flaws more so than number imbalances. Like, another thing is, I'm pretty sure last time I tested it, these venom things that get left on the ground, the problem with those is that they don't stack, even if you have multiple in the same spot. It'll only still be doing one instance of venom damage. What is... Huh? What's going on here? That's a new one. I feel like I've seen people post bug reports of that, but that's the first time I'm seeing it. So, which one is that? Okay, that's the one where they explode after a delay, and I think that's the one we want. How to get the RGB skin? What skin do you mean by that? Oh, look, this one's messed up too. There's one skin that you get from the Rachel DLC. That's the one with typically the, like, purple or blue effects on most characters. And then there's one from the Hazama DLC that gives, black and white skill effects. Hello, welcome to the stream. I don't know of any skin where the color would be, like, constantly changing. There are some skin mods, but they're not really common yet. But I don't know if I've seen the ability to do something like that with the skin mods. Oh, it's just this right thing gonna be bugged for my entire run? Is that guy's model messed up? I swear it is. The mini robot. I'm glad to hear that you like the content and the guides. Do you happen to have like a YouTube link for one of the videos you're talking about? I'd be interested to see what you mean. I think YouTube will let you put links in here. I'm actually not sure though. Oh, that's fine. I was just curious about it. Because like I said, I've seen people do just color modding, but I haven't seen people mod it in a way that it would, like, cycle through colors like that. I might get into color modding at some point, but it seems like something that's a pain to do from what I've heard so far. Because everything is just a bunch of sprite sheets, so you have to recolor everything. I haven't made guides for every character, but if you watch any of my commentary runs I did a commentary run for each character where I pretty much talked about which potentials I like running with them. I don't think there's necessarily a best potential for every character. Some characters have a lot of different routes they can go. Some characters more so than others are really gravitated towards certain potentials, but most of them have at least 2 different routes they can go. Yeah, if you just check around the channel, I've done a run with every character. Some of them are a little outdated, but not really a whole lot changed in terms of, like, which tactics and potentials you take. The main thing that changed since I did all of my commentary runs is, the room generation changed a lot when we got the advanced battle spaces and the covenants and stuff like that. I'd like to see... Well, I was gonna say I'd like to see Universal Enhancement, and then it gave me the one that I really don't want to see out of the three. But I guess beggars can't be choosers. I will also take Heavy Strike upgrades. Heavy Strike isn't something I used to go, but it's a lot better than I thought it was originally. Mostly because of this hidden effect right here, where you can use down plus attack. It'll use the Dead Spike immediately, and it'll do a lot more damage. Oh yeah, farming the legacy tactics is a pain in the butt. Especially because of the way of where you can't really farm legacy tactics effectively if you're just playing the game normally. You end up getting tactics that are way too random and don't work together enough. Honestly, when it comes to tactics, you can put Frost and Rending Impact on any character, and they'll be basically one of the strongest options. So for Ragna, what you basically do is you put Frost on your main attacking source, and then Rending Impact on your off attacking source between attack and skill. So for Ragna, it would depend. You can go like Devoured by Darkness, where you take Skill Frost and do mainly skill damage. It'll make stuff like Devoured by Darkness and his SP skill do a lot of damage. Or you can go for an attack build with Frost on the attacks, and then you'd put Rend on the skill. Problem with most tactics in this game is that they don't end up scaling very well into the high entropy content, where enemies start getting a lot of HP. Like, bosses will have like 100,000 HP or more, and your tactics will be hitting for like 1,000. So things just don't really scale up properly compared to the character damage. This one would be really nice. I can pretty much just fully avoid using grounded skills. That will kill my Dead by Darkness or whatever it's called. That's the only problem. Devoured by Darkness. But that's fine. The amount of stuff you get at the sortie shows with this is crazy. It says that the rewards are randomly doubled, but really the only random thing is the sortie show rewards will go between 2 to 5 times. So for one, it's way better than it sounds, because they don't tell you what it does properly in the description. You get way higher rewards out of the sortie show than it sounds like, and them saying it's a chance makes it sound like you you wouldn't get doubled at all sometimes. So it's, you always get extra rewards, and then the rewards are between 2 to 5 times. So yeah, right here it says I got 3 times. So I just got an extra 60% HP. Look at just how much my HP bar went up from that alone. And here's the 5 times. Oh my god. Well, I just went up about like 200% HP in that one room. Yeah, the Sorticio thing's really broken. Especially if you're at 81 Entropy and you have the third Sorticio reroll. Oh, here we go again. Another Sorticio. This will get you a ton of MP as well, if you ever roll one of the MP spaces with this. Hello guys, welcome to the stream. Oops. So now that we have all this max HP, I'm gonna start healing for a ridiculous amount. Yep, the game actually worked with me for once, instead of doing the opposite of what I need it to. Maybe I'll try out the spreading toxin for once. Poison either way isn't doing much to bosses, so the potent poison isn't going to make a big difference either way, I don't think. But yeah, if you didn't know, the amount that Ragna heals off of his attacks scales up with how much maximum HP you have. So the more HP you start stacking, the better your healing gets. There's some other things that factor into it too, but it's just... max HP is one thing that will always increase it. Okay, here's one of the things that we needed. When a poisoned enemy takes damage from a poison tick, they drop a virulent bomb. So now we'll have another source of spawning bombs, and then eventually the bombs will also spawn... Or, well, the bombs already spawn venom, but I need the upgrade where venom applies poison, so it'll make a loop. Oh my gosh. That's not something you see very often. I don't even have enough money to buy a discounted item. The only reason I rerolled there is for the discount, but I should have known that even then I wouldn't have enough money for it. And my damage output is really not good. I don't have Blood Cane or anything. And then I also have Poison Tactics, but it's fine. There we go, finally we have Blood Cane. Do we just keep going for more HP? I really don't like any of the trials, so I just typically skip them. I feel like the way they've designed both the trials and the Covenant downsides is that they're not very interesting. They're more so just really annoying to play around than being, like, difficult or interesting. Like, in this case, of my Covenant having where my grounded skills don't do any damage, it's not really a big deal, but for some other characters and some other combinations, it can be really annoying. Like not being able to do aerial combos anymore because your air attacks just don't do any damage, or not being able to use aerial skills, that type of thing. It's less so making the run more difficult and just saying, well, you can't use this type of move anymore. Some of the trial effects are really harsh, too. Like, there's a trial effect that, just constantly drains your HP. And a lot of characters don't have a good way to heal that back, unless you're taking something like Ragna's Second Legacy, or playing Ragna. They had a good idea with making the trial bonuses permanent, but I think still, like, the effects themselves of the trials just aren't worth it most of the time. Well, it's... I hate to say it, but it's basically impossible for me to lose this run now. I have 9 revives. Not only do I have 9 revives, but I also have... I have not dead yet, or not... Where is it? Vengeful Wrath, which gives me 10 seconds of invulnerability during the Susano fight. I wonder if I can go AFK during the Susano fight and win just off of the poison loop alone. But check out, this is something I talked about at the beginning. Look how slowly the poison timer ticks up on late game enemies. I would have to sit here for, like, at least 10 seconds for this to even activate. It's just the way that the mechanics behind poison work. Poison will always kill regular enemies, but the time it takes to kill them is based on the current amount of HP they have. So if an enemy has like 1,000 HP at late game, then it just starts taking forever for the poison to ever actually work. So you want to be somehow applying the poison after the enemy is already at low health, but at that point, why not just take Ren's Execute, which will do the same thing as poison, but automatically. For bosses, it's just on a flat timer for the poison ticks. It's not based on HP or anything. But for regular enemies, it's based on their HP, so it just ends up being really bad. And now we want to make sure we get Intense Venom, where Venom inflicts poison on enemies. That'll make the whole thing loop together like I talked about before. Poison goes on to the enemy, and then when poison attacks, it'll drop a bomb. The bomb will drop Venom, which then the Venom applies poison again. It makes an infinite loop, it's just the entire loop doesn't really do anything in terms of damage. If the poison would actually, like, proc on enemies, it would be really cool, because you just have a whole bunch of bombs spawning at once. But like I said, the way the poison works mechanically just does not work out once enemies have high HP. I just realized my SP skill is basically useless outside of being a heal right now. Because the Covenant I took reduced my grounded skill damage. Oh well. At this point, I might as well just throw the slimes in for some extra damage. I think you could also make it where the slimes were applying the poison for you automatically too. Do I have... I probably don't. No, I don't have the... There's a setup that would allow me to get up to where she's at and hit her. But I need a... I need the full up attack chain, and then I need it where jumping resets the attack chain in midair. My thoughts on co-op mode is that it would be fun if the netcoding was actually any good. Every time I've tried to play co-op, there's always been, at the very least, there's been input delay, and in a lot of cases it was like trying to play a slideshow where things kept freezing constantly. Alright, well, seeing as how I have 9 revives, which equals 90 seconds of invulnerability with this Mind Crystal, I'm gonna go AFK during Susano for a little bit, and we'll see if the tactics end up doing any damage by the time I get back, or if I'm dead. So I will be right back. Are we winning, guys? It actually managed to kill a phase and a half on its own? I honestly expected to come back and he would be at, like, maybe half health. It looks like I used most of my revives already, though. I don't think it needs to get nerfed. Having 9 revives and the tactic is a very specific case. Though I don't know why they buffed this in the first place, honestly. It was at 5 seconds, and now they put it up to 10 seconds. I'm honestly surprised it killed an entire phase in a little more than a half, though. What do I even want to inherit? I guess I'll try to inherit poison slimes with slimes. I don't really have any slime builds. Next up, we're gonna have a build that's much more interesting. I kind of started with the one that wasn't as interesting as the rest. Nope, I'm gonna be using a different character for each run. So this time, we're going with Hazama, with Shadow Lightning Orb, and Dashing Shadow with Chance Shadow Explosions. I've never really used the Shadow Explosions, I've always used the Shadow Puncture instead. The ones that when you dash, your shadows turn into shadow spikes. Instead of this one, they explode into like a mini black hole effect. The reason why I've always liked the shadow spikes more is because they scale off of whatever upgrades you have to shadow spikes themselves. So if you have like larger range shadow spikes and the ones that hit multiple times, your dashing shadows end up doing quite a bit too. But these aren't too awful. They have a really good range on them just right out of the bat, whereas with the shadow spike ones, you do have to upgrade before they become as powerful. And also, something weird that I found is that, so these extra shadow orbs that I have from my summon slot will actually, right there, you can see it. Those 3 black holes came from my orbs. They weren't from my dash shadows. The shadow orbs that come from the lightning orbs will count towards both shadow puncture, and they will count as the black hole shadows. They won't count as the blade dashing shadows, though, which is really weird. But it's kind of on par for this game's inconsistency. I feel like this setup is also pretty useful for helping Hazama get through the early game. Hazama is a character that can really struggle through early sections, just because he has basically no range on his attacks. And his damage isn't anything great either. Thank you. I'm glad to hear you enjoy the gameplay. So I might want to actually... One thing I noticed that I'm bad about is I go to every exchange space, even though... I don't know, it's hard to say how much money is worth going into an exchange space, because it also depends on stuff like if I actually see potentials in that space, or if I get a discount. But like, one thing I need to consider more is that there's always an exchange space before the boss fight. So if I'm on like a later stage, like 6 or something, and I don't have a ton of money, it's better to take something else rather than the exchange space, and then take the guaranteed exchange space at the end instead. Honestly, it's been a long time since I played an actual Blazblue fighting game. And even when I did play the games, I played them very casually. I never played online or anything. But the characters I liked in the fighting games were Jin, Noelle, and I think it was Mew instead of Lambda. This is really annoying. With those shield guys having both super armor and the invincibility from the advanced space thing. And then for this run, I want to be upgrading the dashing shadows as fast as possible. The final upgrade for the dashing shadows makes it where you can spawn 2 of them at once when dashing instead of just 1, which will lead to more black holes. This is also something that can go really crazy. If there's full screen of or if there's a full screen of enemies on screen and I dash, it's just going to turn into a bunch of black holes. Or if I dodge something, not if I dash. Here we go. This is what I was talking about. Upon dashing, there's a chance for 2 shadows. That chance will get really high as I ascend it to gold rank, if I even get to ascend it. And that room was really unfortunate. I got the dodge timing thing, but I got it when there were like 2 enemies on screen, and then 3 of my shadow orbs also exploded, but they exploded when there was only 1 enemy on screen. What else do I need with this build? Honestly, having Rend is never a bad thing. I haven't tried the Shadow Ice Spike thing, but I have seen clips of it. It gets really goofy. You can do that with Rachel's infinite dashes too, and you can just hold the dash button. I want the extra... There we go. I'm looking for the extra MP absorption rates. They're really important for Hazama if you're running like a more skill-focused setup. I was hoping to get a discounted heal on that shop too, but this is why I bring in extra mixtures and extra healing from them. There's a fire build I've got set up that I really want to get the Covenant that removes the skill slot cooldown, because it will just absolutely fill the screen with a bunch of fire projectiles, but I haven't been able to get the Covenant for it yet. Do I have... Let me check something real quick before I do something stupid. Okay, I do have the invulnerability state during this. And, of course, I just mistime it anyways. That is definitely a Hazama moment, where I ruin an otherwise perfect clear by trying to do something goofy with his chains. Yeah, the Covenant says that Legacy will also trigger your skill. Oh, look, it's right here. It says, it's a little misleading in the text. Legacy will also trigger the skill trigger slot tactic and cancel its trigger interval. So what it means is that the skill slot has no cooldown anymore, on top of also the Legacy also triggering it. So if you get a character like Rachel with something like Light Spears, the Blade Wheels, fire projectiles, she can just sit there and press her lightning button to have a very low MP cost thing that's constantly triggering that. Oh look, do we want to run the broken Sorticio thing again? And not being able to use the escape deaths the HP mixtures is a little bad, but the extra stuff I get from the Sorticios will probably make up for it. Oops. How much exchange points is that? 60. Oh my! Well, we got enough money for a little bit now. 60 times 5 is like somewhere around like 350. It's a bit more than that. Because I think it was 65 from the Sorticio, but close enough. And then I might actually just take the rest here. I'd really like to remove... Well, of course. That's what always happens when I try to remove a specific debuff. It removes everything except for the one I want it to. I need that MP recovery to be gone from my debuffs. That's not what I want to see. I really want to see some of the MP rewards from the Sorticio, because with them getting doubled or tripled or up to 5 times, I'll end up with a ton of MP. Which Hazama definitely needs that for MP until he gets to late game. What the? I just countered nothing. There we go. That time the actual counter went off. Yeah. Hazama late game in general just gets really funny. You have infinite stomps, infinite kicks. It's just always getting to that point. It's a bit of a struggle for him. still don't... Oh, okay, never mind, I do. I have the hidden effect here where this will absorb MP. I don't like picking up the kick until it starts absorbing MP, because I just end up wasting all of my MP that way. Why is it not using it? I swear I'm pressing up plus skill, and it's not using it. There, it used it. I know a couple of the times I was probably under 100 MP, but there were definitely times where I was over 100, and it was still using the regular version instead. So what else? I need to remember what else I need. I think the other one you need for the MP build is... You need Jormungand for the hidden effects. Yeah, there we go. Increases MP absorption rates to the max. Oh, and we got MP cost, which will help out a lot. And then I'm actually going to buy an Ascension, but of course it's not going to give me the one thing I want to ascend. Oh, I think you might be right. I think I probably was trying to use it in midair. Things get really weird with muscle memory in this game. Especially because I play so many different characters, too. Oops. There we go. Now we should be at complete full MP setup. Asama's a bit of a mess with how many hidden effects he has, but once you get all of them, they make a big difference. Oh boy. I love having extra HP mixtures that I can't use. Thanks, game. So now the rest of the run should be very smooth sailing, aside from me doing something stupid, which is not out of the question. It did not remove the MP recovery again, which is the one thing I need it to remove. I also wouldn't mind it removing the extra armor, but at this point, extra armor isn't quite as annoying, because I'm just dealing so much damage that I eat through it immediately. Oh, this is a fun hidden effect to mess around with, but it's so awkward to use. Do I have a good way to... There we go. You can do some really goofy stuff with this. But it's... You have to pull yourself to the enemy, and then keep holding down the chain button, and then hold down attack button at the same time. It feels really awkward. Any interesting uses for his infinite up kicks? Not really. Aside from just being fully invincible. Oh, you're talking about, you're actually talking about the other one, where you get infinite, aerial normals, too. Again, though, not really. Other than the fact that kicking things up into the air looks really funny. I'm not surprised you didn't see that move before. It's not something that really gets commonly used. There's also another hidden effect that really messes it up. I don't know if it's a typo in the description, or if it's just programmed wrong. One of the hidden effects makes it where... when you're dragging in your chain, you can go into your stance state by pressing the skill button, and then you can do stance moves directly out of the chain. But then there's another move that also says something similar to that, but what it ends up doing is it ends up automatically putting you in the stance state anytime you're in your chain. And when you're in your stance state, you can't do that dragging attack anymore, unless you do it, like, really early in the chains. It's a weird thing. I don't think any of the black hole upgrades that you buy from Legacy Black Hole apply to the ones that are exploding from the dash attacks, or from the dash shadows, I mean. But I could be wrong about that. I don't even think there's a good place for me to use the chain attacking thing on normal enemies, because everything just dies too quickly now. I would like to have the upgrade where I can go into stances immediately. There we go. That one's really nice to have. And then let me check. There's another one for Vengeful Viper I want. Where is it? Oh, I haven't found it yet on this. There's a hidden effect for it I want, but I don't remember where it is. I'm surprised it's not here. I'm guessing that's part of it, at least. I got hooked onto one of the projectiles instead of going where I wanted to. Did I bug it? Oh yeah, I did bug it. So now I have to do this phase without the platforms, which arguably is probably easier, because there's also not the hazard at the bottom. Hey, I hope you have a good day too. Thanks for stopping by the stream. I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed it. See, it's one of these hidden effects at the bottom here. They both have the exact same description, but one of them makes it where when you're swinging to your chains, you're automatically in the stance state. And one of them actually does what it says, where you have to press skill to be in the stance state. I don't know which is which, though. How do we go for HP stacking? I think I can... It would take 3 stages to even get back the same amount of MP. And if I'm not full clearing the alpha sector, I probably won't be getting a whole lot out of this. I think this one's just the best option, because it's so late into the run. By the way, when it says Entropy Corruption effect there, it means the amount of buffs and debuffs you have currently. I don't know why they wrote it that way. It's really misleading. Or it's not misleading, more so it's just really unclear. Like, entropy corruption effect is such a vague term, and it's not something they've used in other places where buffs and debuffs are involved. On the, like, on status effect, it's, what's it called? There's a buff that's called, like, status damage, and it doesn't use that terminology for buffs and debuffs. It just says buffs and debuffs. Which is one thing that's always annoyed me about this game. They'll use different terminology in different spots, or just make up random new terminology sometimes, instead of making it clear what they actually mean on a lot of things. think I probably have the buff. Yeah. For every buff and debuff you have, attacks and skills deal 2% more damage. So, if you're gonna write it this way here, why not write it the same way here? Why put some random terminology that you've never used before until now? They do that a lot with descriptions of things in this game, where things are just overly vague for no reason. I also need to find the hidden effect that makes my stance moves a lot bigger. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I thought I would chain past the teleporter, but I guess you can hit them as you're flying. Enemies inflicted with Rend take more damage when hit by a Shadow Spike, but they lose Rend? I guess that's fine. It's not really a lot of damage. And I'm mostly using Rend for the Rending Impact buff, where you get a damage boost when they're rended. So I don't know if that red effect is actually worth it. Maybe if you had a way to, like, apply Rend very quickly, so you could keep reapplying it. Okay, I could definitely use some more max HP. I'm hoping I get HP from the shop as well before I have to go into the next boss fight. Otherwise, we might be in a little bit of trouble, especially if it's Oried. I'm really low on money. I Yeah. I wouldn't have been able to afford it even if I did roll a HP, unless it rolled on discount. Well, this might be a little interesting. See which... I'm much more okay with it being Fire Bite compared to Oread. Oops, I thought I chained onto her, but maybe the chain went over her. Hello, Nan. How you doing? Being able to just go up there like that is something that will never get old when playing Hazama. Other characters can do it, but Hazama has such an easy time of it because of the chains. Alright, give me a quick minute to be right back before we do the Alpha Sector stuff. I won't be long. Alright, I am back, and I just realized I did not change the banner text. As you can tell, I'm a very professional streamer. And I clearly know what I'm doing. There we go. So this time I probably will farm a little bit of the Omega Sector. I'm not gonna full clear it though. I want to do Reki, so I need a little bit more HP first. And then getting an extra potential or two wouldn't hurt either. That hit me? I was so far below the platform when that actually started hitting me. Let's wait just a minute before we do another boss fight. Might as well put it off. Even though with Elevator Nun, she pretty much usually just dies before she gets to do anything anyway, unless we're on Transcendence difficulty. One problem I really have with Hazama is I hold forward on my control stick too often. So a lot of times when I go for hitting the action button, put myself into stance, it'll use the chains instead. And I'll really screw myself over that way. Okay. That is not what I was looking for, but at least it looked funny. I thought I would be able to go underneath it. I didn't think I would just get stuck on it like that. But that was probably my own fault. Maybe I will just end up full clearing the entire Alpha sector. I always forget if it's Alpha or Omega. I'm pretty sure Omega was the old one, and Alpha is the one we have now. Black holes are from this red effect. You need Dashing Shadows and Legacy Black Holes. Your shadow has a 50% chance to cause a shadow explosion, dealing 700 damage. And then also, if you get lightning orbs with the shadows, you can also get shadow lightning orbs, which will also have a chance to turn into those black holes. It's a pretty cool interaction between the two things. These will also work off of... For some reason, these Shadow Blade, or these Shadow Lightning Orbs do not work off of Shadow Blade Dash, but they work off of Shadow Explosion, and then they also work off of Shadow Puncture, if you have that one instead. Yeah, it's a pretty cool interaction. I found out by complete accident yesterday. I feel like there's one more potential that I'm missing that I want, but I cannot remember which one it is. I need to try to get some healing off this room as well before I go into a boss fight, but everything is dying too quickly for me to heal off of it. Which, to be fair, is, if you could have any problem, killing things too quickly is not a bad problem to have. This room I should be able to heal a lot, because everything will just be constantly spawning. Even here, I'm not really getting a whole lot of healing. I probably need to hit with a lot more multi-hit moves when I have Brogna's second legacy on, instead of single target hits. And we should be fine in this fight. Man, this boss just does not get to exist. It's too low of HP. I'm healing a little bit off of Jormungand, which is his hold skill. It doesn't really heal much. The main thing I'm getting healing off of is Ragna's second legacy skill. I hate this boss so much. Let's see what happens. I guess if all things come to... If it comes to it, I can always just infinite stomp this boss. There's really nothing stopping me from doing that. I don't think it'll be much of a problem. I do so much damage at this point that the boss isn't gonna last long. Yeah. Probably one of my least favorite bosses in the game. Floating Mind was honestly way more annoying than Oreed when I was doing perfect clear videos for Mind Trials. Because the thing about Floating Mind is that it does low enough damage that it's not very difficult, or it's not as difficult as some other bosses. But then as soon as you start trying to no-hit Floating Mind, you get tagged for even just a slight second, and you lose your no-hit. It's really annoying with the lasers. Also, in Transcended difficulty, Floating Mind just becomes completely ridiculous. The lasers have the same attack speed, but they'll start hitting for like 500... I've seen it hit for around 500 damage, I think it was. Maybe it wasn't quite 500, but the lasers will basically just instant kill you in Transcended mode. They get really bad. Well, that shop was a bust, but I really didn't have any other options. Alright, let's go for Reki. Yeah, generally I enjoyed no-hitting all of the Mind Trial bosses, but Floating Mind just was not fun. Alright, I'm gonna go for her. And I missed the counter. That's really bad. It looks really cool if I can time the chains to get a counter on her lightning there. But it's not something that's safe at all. But like I said before, that's a typical Hazama moment where I throw a run trying to do something that looks cool with the chains. Oh, this is really bad. Okay, it's not damaging me at least. I have Ragna's second legacy active. Oh, I'm dead. I wish they would give you a little bit more of a grace period on the second phase of Reki. Honestly, they need to cancel whatever state you're in, too. That's part of the problem. Because what happens during the transition there is it kind of just pauses your character. It doesn't matter if you're in the middle of a move or something. it just freezes your character. And then what happens is that when you enter the second phase, you'll be in mid-move animation, and sometimes you just can't really get out in time. Or, like, it gets weird with your location, too. If you're right next to her when the stage transition goes through, it makes things really awkward when the fight starts, like what just happened there. Yeah, it just doesn't really give you a lot of time to figure out what's going on when the fight starts, and then she can just combo you to death like that. Overall, though, that was definitely my fault for going for the fancy things earlier in the fight instead of playing safe. So let's see. Next, I need Blade Tactics. Oh, that's not what I wanted. You actually guessed correctly. I am doing a Kokonoe run. It didn't show that on stream, did it? No. Okay, it doesn't. It's just really... That was really good timing on your part, because it was right as I closed my notes for what runs I have set up for today. I didn't really have time to practice her run, so we'll see how this goes. Especially, too, because I don't have Ragna... I mean, I don't have Jin's as a legacy character for this, which makes the game much easier. Yeah, I feel like, especially now that Rachel is out, I feel like Rachel is just like a way better version of Kokonoe, unfortunately. She's much easier to play, and she kind of does a similar thing that Kokonoe does. So for this run, we're basically going for a setup with maximum blade wheels. The tentacles will spawn their own black holes, and then the black holes will also have a blade storm that attacks with them. They really need to buff the damage this blade storm does, because it's really pathetic. But it's it looks cool, I guess. It is an amount of damage. I can give it that much, I guess. Oh, I'm glad to hear that the Noel guide helped you out. I wish making short guide videos like that was something I could do more often, but it really burns me out. It's not something I really enjoy making a whole lot. A lot of it is, my own fault, with just the way that I work on things, too. Usually when I make a guide video like that, I work on it from start to finish in the same day, even if it takes, like, 6 hours to do. I really struggle with having, like, unfinished videos, or trying to pace them out where I do videos over multiple days. I care about the Umbra upgrades. I think what I'm looking for is Blade. Let me check my notes again. Yeah, I think I'm mostly looking for Attack Rend and Skill Blade Ring. Wait, I took Rend? Okay, I already took Attack Rend. I took the right spot. That's good at least. I don't want to refresh these two, yeah. I don't want to waste any more refreshes on tactics. I'd rather save them for the skills. Yeah, I know it's a lot less ideal for people, but what I enjoy a lot more is just the videos where I do a full run as a character and just explain everything throughout the run, rather than breaking all the information down into a short guide. The main thing that's annoying about doing the guides is just, like, cutting all the information into, like, pictures and stuff from the game itself. It gets really tedious to do. Like, taking screenshots of what all the potentials and tactics and all that stuff are. And I was starting to work on some, like, written guides for characters too, instead. Which I might add to a lot of the written guides over time. But I was just starting to get really burnt out with the whole thing. It got to a point of where basically any time I spent playing the game was for the purpose of either writing down information for a guide or getting video footage for a guide or just testing things for guides. Probably shouldn't have re-rolled that shop a third time. Oh well. These black holes are gonna come in really handy as soon as I get the... can't remember what the name of it is. I think it's like Heaven's Judgment Laser. Because it'll just group everything together for me. The laser won't have to track around the screen much. It's also really good because you can just drop a bunch of components on them as well and explode them. And then I think... I don't think it matters too much what upgrade I get for the Blade Rings, but I probably want the Seeking ones, just because it gives them the most damage. I believe the ones that get spawned from the black holes will also start seeking enemies, which looks really... it looks really funny. For next character, I'm wondering when they're going to put Naoto in. He's the icon of the game itself, and he's had files in the game forever. And I don't know what's holding them back from putting him in the game. It might be like a licensing issue. I know one of the admins in the Blazblue Entropy Effect Discord that has contact with the developers has said there's some stuff about Arc System Works being really picky about certain things. One example is the different colored palettes that they put in the game. Arc System Works are really picky about which ones can be put in the game for some reason. And the Entropy Effect, I don't know if the Entropy Effect devs are allowed to make their own or not. That's something I don't really remember. Hello. Yeah, get blended, idiot. Poor guy has, like, 4 different blade wheels on him at the same time. Do the blade wheels do any damage? That's another question. But are there a lot of them? Yes. And then in terms of guest characters, I honestly have no idea. When they announced a guest character, I was expecting something from maybe like Guilty Gear or maybe like something from Blazblue Tag, but I was not expecting Icy. So at this point, they could put like any guest character in. Why are they being picky? It's not like they're doing anything with the IP. Yeah, that was pretty much my thoughts too. Personally, I would really like to see Izayoi as a Blazblue character get put in here. I really like her character design, and I think a lot of her mechanics would be really fun to play around with in this game. I also wouldn't mind seeing, what's his name? Is it Relius? I wouldn't mind seeing a character that fights with fists. If it wasn't Naoto, it could be Relius as well. It's been a long time since I played any of the mainline Blazblue games. I can't remember if that's his name or not. I think Carl Clover would also be really interesting to see how they would implement him in this game. But I feel like he's probably not too likely to show up for a long time. I feel like if they're going to implement him, he'd be a later character. Relius is a puppet. Relius probably isn't the one I'm thinking of. Let me look up a character list real quick. Oh yeah, Relius is the other Clover. Oh, I was thinking of Azrael. I think, yeah, just any character that uses punches would be nice to see. There's quite a few of them. There's Bullet as well. Right now, the game is full of a lot of sword characters, so it'd be nice to see something else. The closest thing we have to a brawler is probably like Okaka, I guess, which she's a lot different. Oh yeah, Valkenhayn is also a physical character. I don't know if it was Valkenhayn or Azrael that I was thinking of. It's, like I said, it's been a long time since I played any of the mainline BlazBlue games. Yeah, like I said, I don't know what's going on with Naoto, because he's had sprites in the game for forever now. There's some people that are looking into doing color mods for the game, and that's how we know that there's sprites for other characters in there. Color modding is possible for this game. It just, from what I don't know a whole lot about it, but from what I've heard, it seems to be a pain in the ass to do. Because everything is on sprite sheets, and you have to go and edit each one individually, or find a way to like mass edit them so they're all the same color change. Well, I guess we're going a component build instead of a Heaven's Laser build. This is just not giving me the laser. This is also a really good upgrade to take on Kokonoe anytime you see it. It makes it where when you're doing your jump attacks, all of these extra projectiles get spawned. It'll really help her out, especially if you can get it early on. Because her early damage is usually really not good. But as soon as you get these splashes, you can start just clearing through the normal stages easily by doing dash attack into jump attack, like that. Yeah, it's a lot of work editing the sprite sheets for the different color palettes. And then I don't know how much of a pain it is to unpack and repack the game. By the way, look at how much HP we get back during that. It's absolutely ridiculous. So, Ragna's second legacy skill gives you a buff that you constantly drain HP, but you gain HP back for any hit, which also counts the hits that legacy skills are dealing. So when you have Taukaka's legacy skill as well, the blade wheel that constantly spins around you, it just gives you a ton of HP off of Ragna healing. Well, there's Heaven's Judgment. I guess we'll just go ahead and pick it up. I feel like with Coco, you want to get into either a Heaven's Judgment build with all those upgrades, or if you can get a lot of the potential, or a lot of the universal upgrades, then the components become pretty strong as well. With the component build, you want to go with, you want to get her triple dash as well. Because you can see when I do each one of my triple dashes, it's dropping components each time. And then you end up doing pretty good damage from having a lot of them stacked up on screen. To get the second legacy skills, you do the boss rush, which I think is Mind Trial. You just have to beat it on a character once, and then after that, it'll be unlocked for all characters of that Evo type. Oh, I picked Umbra. I should have picked the blade there. Oh well, it's not really that big of a deal. I guess we'll make the tentacles stronger. I don't think the tentacles really do that much damage on their own, but might as well. It'd be really cool if... So there's another upgrade with, Actually, I probably would have done it. There's another upgrade with, blade rings you can get, or the blade wheels, where... the blade wheels have their own ring of fire on them. But I don't know if you can match it with this build or not. I think if you took the tentacles with the... Wait, no, you can't. You can't combine them, because you need the Blade Storm. You have to either choose the Blade Storm or the Ring of Fire one. That's the problem. Or wait. Wait, no, this goes on Black Hole slot. And this goes on... Wait, that's Bloodthirsty Storm. That's not the one I'm looking for. Looking through the tactic codex can be really confusing sometimes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Storm Ring of Fire and the Blade Ring of Fire both go to the same slot, is the issue. Yeah, Triple Dash with the component upgrades becomes really powerful. You can just dash across the screen like this, blow up the components, and then... Everything is dying to both the splashes from the dash attacks that I'm doing, and then the components exploding and the components putting fire on the ground. I really like her component build, because it feels a lot more active to me, compared to her skill build. You kind of just put down Heaven's Laser and watch it work automatically. If you want a really strong component build, you can put Frost on your attack with Frost Burst, and it'll make it where they're constantly applying the Frost damage and that Frost Burst as well. You will just completely delete bosses with the components. I've never really bothered going... I don't really bother going too much into her base skill, other than, getting the move where it spawns the lasers is also something that'll really help out her early game. So this is another red effect that will work with the build we're running right now. It's not nearly as good as it sounds, but it is some damage. The thing about this is that back in early access, it used to be extremely overpowered, so they had to add a cooldown to it. But now the cooldown is, like, way too long, and it just doesn't end up doing a whole lot of damage. There's some other fun stuff you can do with the components, but sadly they don't end up being worth it. Like, I don't have it yet. There's an upgrade for the components where if you put them in a triangle shape, they'll have a laser that connects between them. The only issue is that the damage you get from the laser ends up being so much less than just exploding the components. There's also a thing where if you have Banishing Rays, which is her down plus skill, the Banishing Rays can get spawned on the components, which that one is actually worth using. It's very strong. Let me see if I can find it here. Well, I'll save some refreshes for now, because I also need the Seeking Pillar. Oh, I should have probably waited to take that exchange, because I get the guaranteed one here, since this is stage 8. That's fine. Maybe we'll get another potential on discount, and discounted tactic is nice as well. And then if I refresh here... whatever, I'll do it anyways. I don't feel like doing math. You can also just... if you're running the Frost Attack build, you can go into like a full splash build with the jump attacks and dash attacks, where you generate splashes in a large area, and then they deal more damage. There's a lot that this character can actually do, but most of the time people just go for Heaven's Judgment. This is really not a fitting soundtrack for this boss fight especially. Look at that healing, it's so stupid. Any character that can really heavily multi-hit, or if you just take Taukaka's second legacy, Ragna's second legacy skill just becomes completely overpowered. Well, I got some good news for you. You don't need to hate a boss if the boss doesn't get to exist. Hey, welcome to the stream. I'm glad you were able to make it, and I'm glad you were you've been enjoying my content. Yeah. So this is kind of the reason why I consider 75 entropy to be casual runs to me now. Even though 75 entropy is pretty high, if you know what you're doing in this game, the game just ends up getting completely broken. You will just delete everything in your path. I'm glad they added the new Transcendence difficulty mode, because I've gotten to the point of where everything on regular difficulty, I kind of just do that, where I end up just killing things way too quickly for them to really be a threat. I say that when I died to Reki last run. Reki is still pretty difficult, even on regular difficulty mode. Watching me nuke bosses is bringing you peace. Yeah, it's one of those things where the more you play the game, easier it gets, both in terms of... I think game knowledge will take you really far in this game, compared to a lot of other games, which is kind of a thing for roguelikes in general. Just like, learning knowledge in roguelikes is a very good tool to have, but a lot of the times when I'm doing my runs casually, I'm playing like a complete idiot, and my game knowledge alone is just enough to carry me through the fights. Yeah, Elevator Non just does not get a chance to play the game at all, unless you're in Transcendence difficulty. It's kind of sad. Transcendence Elevator Non actually, like, really surprised me the first time I fought her. She gets pretty difficult to deal with as a melee character. If you're a ranged character, she's not really that much of a problem. But on melee characters, she ends up just getting constantly covered by projectiles, so it's hard to get damage in on her unless you're using invincibility frames. What? Did my lasers just... or did my missiles just not come out there? I might have accidentally inputted laser instead. But it looked like I did the missile animation, and it's just that no missiles came out. Either that or I just couldn't see the screen, which is a very common problem in this game. I never really got to fight the Elevator Non back in early access, so I didn't get to experience that. I heard people say Tree was also really hard in early access, which surprises me. I only got to play early access for maybe like a week or two before the game officially launched. So at that point I was still like really new to the game, and I was pretty much dying to everything. But I feel like the game in general was way more difficult in early access. Yeah, Reki still kicks my ass in a lot of runs. I can usually do Phase 1 just fine, as long as I'm not trying to get overly fancy with anything. But Phase 2 is where I always get really messed up. I feel like Phase 2 just... at least for me, it's Like, there's almost too much on screen at times, to the point of where I lose track of my character, or I just can't see what I'm supposed to be dodging. Especially when it comes to, like, builds like I'm running right now, that just spawn a lot of tactic animations on screen. It gets really easy to lose what's going on in the fight. Oops, why did I do that? Whatever. When did I pick up Dash Burn? Huh. That must have been something I just absent-mindedly pressed, or misclicked. I don't remember picking that up. That's fine, though. Yeah, I can see the sentiment of, please die before I do. I think one of the problems with Phase 2 is that, so her health does drain automatically. As if it's supposed to be something like you're mostly supposed to focus on dodging and surviving. But then when she starts to get really high HP, it doesn't seem like the amount that she's draining over time really scales to that high HP. And you would have to mostly... You'd have to either survive for a really long time, or you have to start relying on your character damage again. Okay, so here's something funny. I can do the Heaven's Laser, and I can also do the Vanishing Rays. They hit high enough into the air where they'll be damaging Non during this. The only thing I have to be careful of is putting them down while also avoiding the lasers, since I don't have Jin passive for invulnerability. But yeah, there's another easy way to make a joke of this boss. Yes, in Reki Phase 2, her health drains over time. It's just something that becomes a lot less noticeable when you're in high entropy settings, especially if you're in Transcendence. By the time you get to the Transcendence HP, it's not really anything too noticeable. Yeah, depending on what character I'm playing, Non just does not get a chance to be up where she wants to be. It's really funny that they just put her off screen, and I mean it makes sense, but it's funny that it works out in a way that can benefit the player. Almost every character in the game has a way to hit her up there. There's a few characters in the game that can't do it naturally without a really specific thing. Like, Jin really needs a certain, I think it's a Covenant buff that lets you restore MP on a chance when you use skills. That's the only way that Jin has to gain enough height, as far as I know. But a lot of the other characters, the way you do it is, you need something that gives you height, and then you need the ability to, like, reset your air attack chain. And then you just kind of, chain those back together. I can show it with Ragna, maybe. But then, yeah, a lot of the characters that don't have a way to actually get up to Non do have an attack that can reach her another way. Like, Kokonoe has her lasers, Rachel has her her lightning. Her lightning will reach up there easily. Goodbye. Oh, she went back down. If she wouldn't have went back down, she would have just died instantly. She's still gonna die in no time, though. Poor Elevator Nun. Just does not get a chance to exist. Both nuns are getting bullied today. Oh, here's one of the interesting upgrades I was talking about earlier. When the components are connected in a triangle shape, they're linked by energy beams. I don't remember how to get the other upgrade where the components spawn banishing rays, but we might see it. Poor Non. Yeah, if I make something like this, the components start dealing automatic damage from these lasers. Which, the lasers don't deal terrible damage, but like I said, it's just a case of where exploding the components is the better option if you've gotten the upgrades where the components deal more damage and leave fire behind. And then there's another upgrade that if we see it I can also show off that plays into the, like, triangle thing. It makes it a lot easier to set up. Like I said, Kokonoe has really interesting potentials in the way that a lot of her potentials end up having synergy with each other. It's just there's really not an incentive to use a lot of the other stuff when Heaven's Laser is just so powerful, or Heaven's Judgment, which is pretty much the case for a lot of characters in this game. Characters in this game tend to have a lot of options, but then they also tend to have one or two options that are just really powerful. Yeah, Tempestalia probably also can hit Non up in the air. That one I never really tried, just because of the thunderstorms themselves do so much more damage once they're upgraded. So let's see if we can just explode this guy. One thing you can do if you're doing a component build is hang on. No, we can't one-shot him with if we want to one-shot with the components, we have to run Frost on attacks, but even then it's so much damage. But yeah, a really quick way of setting up components is to use the dash or the teleport dashes and then just spam them downwards. You can stack them really quickly. Doing them upwards will also stack a bunch on the same spot, and it'll make you a little bit safer as well. It'll avoid a lot of boss moves. And then you can just detonate them all in the same spot. It'll do a lot of damage at once. And then this is one of the other upgrades I mentioned. You can put a lot of components down, and then use banishing rays, and each of the components will spawn a banishing ray. It's another way of just doing either a lot of damage to the entire screen at once, or you can stack them on top of each other to get a bunch of damage that way. Alright, we'll do the event, and then we'll do the exchange, and then we'll see if we lose the run to Reki or not. Reki is gonna be so hard to see, with all the Kokonoe stuff going on screen, too. Oh well. We have a way of slowing? I don't think we have that upgrade. Oh yeah, we do. Our splashes, which are our jump attacks, will slow, so now the components are doing even more damage. You're trying to learn Hazama on keyboard? Yeah, using the grappling hooks seems like it would be a bit painful on keyboard. Oh, let's actually go into this other drop first. I keep seeing some of the splashes, like, zip off to the side of the screen. I don't know why. They're just kind of glitching out sometimes when I first enter rooms. Like, right there, you could see it happen. I think the animation traveled from... No, the animation's just flying off screen. Why? I thought it was going to the component, but it's just flying completely off screen. Maybe the animation is supposed to do that, but I don't know. It looks really strange to me. Anyways, time for Reki. Well, there just went like a third of her health bar as soon as she spawned in. This phase is going to be a problem. I don't have Jin passive. Oh, it's fine. I dodged enough of them, at least. That phase is really hard to... There are certain ways you can position to dodge some of the laser hits, but you just don't really have a lot of time. It's more of a thing where you just have to memorize the pattern, and I don't have it memorized. Wait. What? Huh? What just happened? What? What? I need a clip of that. What just happened? I have a theory on what might have happened, but I need to see a clip of it. Give me a minute. I'll open up the stream on my end, or if someone wants to clip it for me, that would help too. Okay, I'm getting a clip of it. Reki was too afraid, yeah. So, hang on. Let me bring this up so I can show it on stream. Can I do this quickly? Probably. So I think what's going on here is that... So basically, Reki goes down to 1 HP. She loses all of her HP for phase 1. And then... Basically... Okay, you can kind of see it, I think, here. It's gonna be really hard to find the exact frame. So I'm pretty sure basically what's happening is that she spawns in during phase 2, but she spawns in at 1 HP, and then her HP bar would like rapidly fill up over time. But what happens is that a component explodes right here, you can see. And then the component probably hit her before her HP had time to raise. I'm guessing that's how they did it. I'm trying to remember. I think there's a way to frame advance on YouTube, but I don't remember how to do it. But I'm guessing that's probably what happened there. It's just a way that they've coded the HP to work during the phase transition, or something similar to that. That's really funny, though. That's the first time I've seen that happen. Yeah, it definitely has something to do with... let me check something, actually.
Welcome to the Ace9 training system.
Help me watch the HP bar when I first enter this room. Okay, you could see it there. You could see it exactly there. Watch again. Watch the health bar very closely, and you'll see exactly what I was talking about. The HP bar does not start at full. It starts empty, and it fills up quickly over time, over like the span of a second. So my prediction was exactly correct. What happened there is she spawned in at 0 HP, a component happened to explode at that exact moment, and killed her. That is hilarious! I wonder if, just having the fire on the ground might also do the same thing, because the fire hits pretty quickly. Also, this guy's health bar is just disappearing. Ah, Kokonoe. Kokonoe is one of those characters where, as soon as you get to high potentials, I always refer to it as the character just ends up dealing world-ending damage. There's a couple characters that can do this, like Kokonoe, Rachel, Hakumen, Lambda. To some extent, S. Oh, comma and period is to frame advance. Okay. Yeah, that's good to know. We don't need it anymore because we did see on the Susano fight. It confirmed what I thought was happening. So I wonder if that can be applied to any other boss fights as well, where you can somehow just hit them immediately. I think a lot of bosses have iframes or off-screen during that point, but it would be funny if there was some other way to take advantage of this quote-unquote feature. Yeah, I'll definitely post that clip somewhere later. Are there... let me go get another drink real quick. I'm out of stuff to drink. And then while I'm gone, if anyone else has a character request that they want me to do a run of, I'll try to pick the most popular choice. Actually, let me check something. Oh, okay. If I do a poll... Yeah, Rachel's Frog could maybe do the same thing. What else? I mean, Rachel's rods can also auto-attack. Doing a poll is gonna be a little bit annoying, because I have to type in every single character. I'll just, yeah, I'll just take the most common one that's in chat. But anyways, before we do the next run, I will be right back. I won't be long. Alright, I am back. Noelle or Myra? Good. I probably have time to do one of each. So now that I'm thinking about it, for Reki Skip, Luminous Slave is a very good idea. Uh, Rachel's a good idea with all of her bats and vrogs and other stuff, and then I think Taukaka might even be able to do it. If you go into Spinny Spinny before the stage transition, I believe you stay in Spinny Spinny. The problem is I don't know how quickly it'll drain your MP. Because during the stage transition, it just slows down the game a bunch. It doesn't actually, like, reset your character's status or stop you from attacking, which can be really annoying. Because if you're in the middle of an attack with, like, a long animation or something, you'll finish doing that attack as soon as you come out of phase 2. It can get you killed sometimes. Oh yeah, Toxin might be able to do it. I was running a build earlier with the Toxin Buttles. I didn't do Reki in that run, though. With Noelle, if I time it correctly, I might be able to throw out her guns. Trying to think of what tactics I would run for a Noelle. I usually just run either Light Wave or Shadow Spikes. Trying to think of if there's anything in the more, like, off-meta setup that I have that would work with her. I could maybe use the Bullet Hellfire build that I've gotten set up. I don't think she's necessarily the best user of it, but I think I'll be able to spend MP often enough that it'll be fine. Yeah, Blade could have stuff like Blade Wheels out. Fire, I don't know if Burn would work. It depends on if the burn resets between the two phases. Hello, welcome to the stream. Honestly, Rachel's passive bats might honestly even just be able to attack it. I feel like I would have seen that happen by now, because I do run Rachel as a legacy character sometimes. Also, these projectiles that I'm taking for this might also just hit on their own too. So I think this is what I want to run. Skill Fire projectile with the bouncing projectiles, and then where the thunderstorms can also spawn the projectiles. Ooh, I haven't actually looked at this skin yet. I wonder if it has graphic changes for the skills. By the way, remind me after I finish this run to do a my run next if I forget. There's a good chance by the time the run ends that I'll forget. Ooh, it does have visual effects. I think I'm gonna like this skin. I really like the blue effects that, like, one of the Rogna skins has. And this seems like it'll be similar. So Noelle's another character where her very early game is pretty annoying, but that's the good thing about, like, the tactics that I'm running right now. They'll just automatically kill things for me. There we go. Pretty much as soon as you get this upgrade on Noelle, you're just set for the entire run, though. It makes your hold attack so much better. Oh god, you're watching this at 4 o'clock in the morning? You're in a very different time zone than I am. Because it is it's 4:45 in the afternoon for me. Yeah, with the hold attack upgrade, it's just so much faster, and it does so much more damage after you get the AoE upgrade for it. The only problem is that it knocks things way far away. So you generally want to be either just killing them with it, or knocking them into a wall. And then what we do with this build is we go into Fire Spirits along the way. So what's going to end up happening is that every time one of these projectiles hits something, it's going to spawn a Fire Spirit, and then also the Fire Spirits will have a 50% chance to detonate anytime they hit a burning enemy. Oh, that is very useful to see early on. One thing if you're trying to get better at Noelle is that, once you get that AoE upgrade for hold attacks, you can start holding attack during any other animation to buffer it, and they'll come out immediately. So, one of the good things is you can just do single attack into hold attack like this. You can do dash attacks into hold attacks. That's a really easy way to get a lot of them off quickly. And then, you can also, like I said, just buffer them out of anything else. So right here, if I use the skill, I can just hold down attack at any point during the skill. And the heavy attacks will come out immediately as soon as the skill is done. It's something that adds up over time to give you a lot more DPS as you play her. Oh no, you have shipped in 2 hours and you haven't slept at all? Or have you slept at all at this point? I will probably be streaming for at least another hour, if not 2, so you'll have the stream to help keep you awake. Or put you to sleep, depending on how my gameplay is looking at the time. So I want to make sure I don't pick up any blade. I need the dash slot for burn. I gotta remember that. I'm kind of at the point of, like, streaming for so long that it's getting difficult to pay attention to what builds I'm going and what room selections I'm making. So I wouldn't be surprised if I accidentally picked up one of the wrong things along the way. Oh damn, you haven't slept for a couple days? That's really rough. I know how that feels. I've been there before. Honestly, out of like, I've been through a lot of different health issues over the years of my life, and one thing that I think was like the worst of all was maybe the insomnia, which might be surprising to some people, but not sleeping for multiple days or getting very low hours of sleep for multiple days really fucks you up. It also doesn't help that, like, the time I was having insomnia, I was also having a lot of other issues at the same time, so I'm sure that contributes into making the insomnia seem even worse than it was, but even then, I really feel like that's one of the worst things I've been through. I hope you're able to end up getting better sleep soon. Yep. So another thing, if you're learning Noel, I think another one of the good upgrades to look for is the dash attack upgrade here, where it inflicts a mark on the enemy, and then you press up plus action to detonate them. Later on, it's really good as an invincibility tool, and you can also do something pretty cheesy with it that I'll try to remember to show off. But even just immediately after you get that upgrade, clearing out normal rooms is going to be so much smoother. Oh man! This would have been so good if it was on one of my other runs. The one run I'm doing that doesn't use a dash tactic that can actually trigger this, because dash burn, I don't think it would matter. So I don't think the burns stack or anything. I'll just play it safe and not take any of these. But yeah, with these, you just dash through a bunch of enemies, you press up plus action, and then it'll really help with the fact that she doesn't do a whole lot of AoE damage before certain potentials. Especially if enemies are stacked together like they were there, you end up getting so much damage out of the marks. Because it'll explode a mark for each enemy, but then the marks also do like a small amount of AoE range. So the marks will just basically get stacked on top of each other. Oh, you're doing a bunch of tournaments right now, and that makes sense. I've always kind of wanted to maybe do something like Awesome Games Done Quick, or another type of like speedrun event, but I was kind of worried about that same thing, where like I don't think you really know what time slot you're going to get in AGDQ, and that's even if you make it in the first place. But if you end up getting in like a really bad time slot, you can have that happen too, where your biological clock just gets completely messed up, or you're trying to do a speed run in a really bad time frame where you're just like completely dead from not sleeping. Maybe I'll do like a... I think it'd be fun to do a charity event of my own at some point, but that's like... that's not something that really would come unless my channel got a lot bigger. Oops. One thing I might do for a stream at some point is pick like somewhere between 3 to 5 characters and go through all their speedruns on stream. I think that'd be a fun thing to do. Because I know how to speedrun the game, or I know how to speedrun this game on a lot of characters. You had to go against someone at 4:30 in the morning. Ugh, that is so rough. I need to make sure I don't take the Fire Spirit bounce, because it does conflict with one of the other things I need. It conflicts with the Fire Spirit detonation. I wonder how much this will heal for him. That should probably heal for quite a bit, too. If I put Ragna's Second Legacy on right before I explode all the marks. The marks also work really well with Light Wave. Because what happens with Light Wave is that Light Wave scales off of the damage you deal, and then since the marks are hitting so many enemies on the same frame, it's taking the damage from all of those hits combined. So if you hit like 5 enemies at once with the marks, the damage just all compounds together and then gets amplified by the light waves. Yeah, that would change speedrunning a lot. Speedrunning, it's something that needs a lot more players to really get a feel for things, but it kind of quickly staled out into the point of where no character can come anywhere close to beating Lambda's speedruns. And then now we have Rachel, which I think Rachel can compete if anyone were to take like speedrunning on her seriously enough. I did a speedrun on her, but I also didn't like... I didn't grind out speedruns to the point of where I had like a perfect run with her. This game is also... It's really annoying to speedrun if you actually care about like getting your overall timer down. Because what ends up happening in the speedrun of this game is that the less you play the game, the better. And what I mean by that is, so anytime I take a stage like this, which gives a potential or a tactic or exchange points, it costs time, both if you're timing by in-game time and both if you're timing by real time. Whereas if you go into something like a shop or an event or a sortie show, those don't tick down the in-game timer at all, and also take a very low amount of time in real time. So what you always want to do on a speedrun is just go into as many shops and events and sortitions as possible. The less you see combat spaces, the better. It's something that makes the speedrun a little bit less fun to play, and it also makes it very RNG dependent. You can have a really good run just by luck of getting a ton of shops and stuff back to back, where you played horribly and you can still get a better timer just because of that reason. I still think it's something fun to do occasionally. It's something I kind of just return to every so often. But it's not something I would want to, like, speedrun the game full-time, or really grind out runs heavily. The other thing about speedruns is that there's basically a huge reset point to if you're looking for good times, where if you don't get a good setup of potentials by the first area, then you might as well just reset the run. Because there's very specific potential routings for each character. Alright, I hope you at least get a little bit of rest before you have to go to work. Thanks for coming to the stream and chatting. I appreciate it, and I really enjoy talking to people. So what am I missing? I think I'm missing a fire no? Why am I not getting... I'm just not seeing Fire Spirit Detonation for some reason yet. I keep seeing Bounce instead of Detonation. Okay. Not worth refreshing any more than that. I will probably pick up some more MP as well. I still don't have a whole lot of potentials yet, but basically all I need is hold attack. I can do good DPS up with that alone. But it would be fun to start getting into some of her other moves, too. One thing I need to try and pay attention to as well is where I'm placing the thunderclouds when I'm using my legacy skills. I need to place them, like, on top of the enemy, so, like, right here. If I place them here, they should get a decent amount. Yeah, look at, they're actually doing pretty good damage. And that damage will only get better as I get the upgrade that I need. And then when you're running the ignition bolt marks, you want to eventually look for the invincibility. It's a really good tool for dodging boss attacks. Also, you can just, you can completely whiff the move like this, as long as it doesn't hit anything. And every time I'm doing this, it's still giving the invincibility frames. You can get a lot of invincibility frames off of it for pretty much free. There is a very small downtime of where you can get hit doing that, but it's a very small window. So do we go for the really high HP run, or do we go for the... I think I personally just like having more money. Hello, welcome to the stream. Just let me check something again. Okay, no, I didn't mess up my red slots. It's just not wanting to give me the exploding fire spirits or detonating, whatever they're called. Feels really weird not having the additional skill inputs by this point. I'm so used to having them. Here we go. Finally we get the fire spirit detonation. Hello, I'm really glad to hear that my videos have helped you get into the game. I think that the game doesn't do a good job of explaining a lot of its mechanics, or explaining basically anything to you. So I'm glad that the stuff I made helps people out with that. Oh, that butterfly caught me off guard. But now when we get to the next boss fight, we should see the tactics do something pretty gross. As long as it's also going to depend on which boss it is. It'll help if it's a big boss. I'm glad to hear that it made it more enjoyable for you. I think it's a really good game overall. I think it's a game that deserves a lot more attention as well. So anytime I can help people enjoy the game more or bring in new people to the game, I'm really happy about that. This game has some of the smoothest feeling combat that I've played in a long time. And I think that's probably the main thing that's kept me interested in it for so long. Normally I don't even like roguelike games, but with this one, like I said, the combat is so good that it's right up my alley of things that I would usually play. I play a lot of other, or I have played a lot of other, like, action platformers in the past. Where are my skill combos? Okay, finally here is one of them. So another thing that helped me out with Noelle is the attack into skill combo when you're in the air, the dive that she's doing right there. Once you start getting used to using it, Noelle feels a lot more mobile, and you can play a little more aggressively as well. It does pretty good damage too. Whoops. I almost just threw myself into the poison there. This is just regular 75 entropy right now. I'm just kind of doing some random runs and random, or like, different tactic builds that aren't quite meta. Oh, you managed to clear all the characters boss rush. Nice. Okay, let's see if I can get this properly. Ah, he moved. So what I need to do with this build... I mean, it's still doing a ton of damage regardless. Look at how much his HP bar went down there. He took a lot of damage there too, from, the exploding fire spirits on their own are really good. But then, if you can get this other stuff stacked on top of it, it does a lot of damage as well. I think Noel's second legacy is good. Kind of the problem, though, is that Jin legacy will always just be way too good. Unless they change his passive and make it like something that's always active instead of being tied to Jin. Jin's just always going to be too good. And then also what has happened is Ragna's second legacy is also extremely good, to the point of where you can just put it on any character, it's always going to be useful. The HP that you can gain is... you can just use it as a healing tool. You can end up out-gaining more than you're spending. It does kind of depend on the character. It seems like the healing favors multi-hits a lot more than single hits. But also, the damage increase here scales differently than, like, the damage increase of Frost. So even though it only says it's 12% damage increase, it's a lot more effective than it sounds like it would be. Also, this will affect tactic damage, which is something that's very uncommon in this game. The only things I've been able to find so far that affect tactic damage are this Bloodcane Ragna Legacy, and then Rending Impact as a Rend upgrade. Otherwise, most damage increases ignore tactics. So it's kind of less of a case of Noel's not being good, and just Ragna's being really good, and really universally good. I would use way more way more legacy characters if Jin's didn't change the way that the game played so much. So, like, now that I'm used to having Jin's slow time passive, the game feels so much different if I try to play without it. But anyways, I know a lot of you guys just showed up, so I'll do a quick rundown of the build that I'm running right now. So, it's another build that sets up like a chain reaction between a lot of different things. We have Thunderstorm, which is spawning Thundercloud fire projectiles, and then every time the fire projectiles hit, they spawn fire spirits through this red effect. And then, on top of all that, we have this red effect, which makes the fire spirits detonate at a 50% chance, and they deal... that's a lot of damage, because it applies to each fire spirit. That's why, during the second half of the Arakune fight, he took such a huge chunk of damage. It was the fire spirit detonations applying on my fire spirits when I attacked. So basically what happens is, if I get this Legacy Thunderstorm directly on top of an enemy, it will shotgun all of these fire projectiles straight into the enemy, which will also spawn fire spirits, which will also explode. It's a really strong build, once you can get everything put together. It just takes a lot of specific things to start interacting with each other. I think I don't need... yeah, I don't need any more fire upgrades at this point. I don't really need anything else. If I see fire orbs, I could... or I mean, if I see lightning orbs, I could pick those up. Because, lightning orbs would also give a red effect with one of the things I'm running right now. I think. I think it's fire that they mix with. I'll have to check. But otherwise, we have the core of the build done. Also, for this build, I have an upgrade on the fire spirits where they bounce, but I think the one where they fire in a cone would be stronger. I just like the visual of the fire spirits bouncing everywhere. I'm glad I found a fire build that's actually pretty strong. I've been able to find a strong build for every category except for poison. Poison just kind of seems irredeemable for now until they either give it some mechanic changes or some really heavy buffs. Should probably just send... I usually don't bother with ascensions, but buffing the fire spirits would probably be useful. Oh, another thing too about this whole setup is that I have an upgrade where uh, the fire spirits get a stacking damage bonus the more times they hit in a row. So with how many fire spirits are spawning at once, that damage bonus actually does get to stack up quite a bit. That hit me? I feel like I wasn't in range of that when it hit me. That hitboxes like that don't happen too often in this game, but I have noticed them occasionally. I was probably close enough, though, where it hitting me was reasonable. It just didn't visually look like I was in range. Don't care about any of these. I guess if I take a fire, I can at least maybe ascend the fire spirits a little bit. Oh boy, do I want summon mines? I think summon mine might be the single least useful tactic in the entire game. Even worse than Toxin. Mine just... I don't feel like mine mechanically really fits in a game like this that's so fast-paced and so mobility-based. The best thing you can hope for is, like, you place a mine and then you use Black Hole to pull enemies on top of it, but it's really unnecessary to do that. Also, them changing the activation to you have to crouch to place mines made them a lot more awkward to use on top of that. Before, you would press a specific button to drop them, which made it where you could drop them from the air, and you could just kind of drop them on enemies as you pass through them. They felt a lot better to use then, even if, like, mechanically that doesn't make as much sense for a mine. But then they removed the summon button and turned it into the action button instead. Which is fine, because people weren't using the summon button anyways. They just wanted the summons to be automatic. You get a lot of damage out of max potentials. It varies depending on the character, because all characters have a different amount of potentials. But if we look at my run right now, I'm at a 300% damage boost, and I'm not maxed out yet. Potentials are just way too important for that damage boost. Even if you're not liking some of the potentials you're taking, or you're not using them, that damage boost is always just so strong. Really worth it? Probably not. There's a couple buffs that I really don't want removed. And 150 exchange points isn't really all that much. You have to beat 100 entropy one time before you can unlock Transcendence. And then after you beat it once, yeah, the Transcendence is permanently unlocked. Man, I really love seeing all the, when you get in small rooms like this, where the fire spirits can just constantly be bouncing on screen, I really just love the visual effect of it. That was almost bad. I got caught in like a corner and I got hit when I wasn't expecting to. And then the afterlife bombs almost finished me off. I'm glad to help that the videos helped you enjoy the game. I probably shouldn't have wasted money there. That's fine. The problem I'm having right now... I can use Ragna's second legacy skill for healing, but everything is dying so fast that I can't get a whole lot of hits off at once. Hopefully that'll give me a lot of MP back, or HP back, since it hits a lot of multi-hits. Yeah, I am still getting some healing back, it's just not as much as I would be able to otherwise. There we go, I'm almost back up to full now. And I can even have another wave to heal off of, so we should be good to go. Oh wait, I can also just get a free heal off of, get a pretty much free heal off of Nan, because she's gonna die so quickly. I should have placed the... Well, never mind. It doesn't matter that I placed the thunderstorms a little off. She took so much damage either way. They need to give this boss some more HP. Okay, now we're going to do... Well, let's do non-fire bite first, get another potential, and then we'll go into Reki. I'm going to do something that's a bit exploitive in Reki, but it's for testing purposes. So if you weren't here earlier, I found a way to theoretically skip Reki's Phase 2. I don't know exactly how it works yet, but I have a pretty good theory of how to do it. Do I not? There we go. I don't know if I can gain quite enough height. I should be able to. I'm not executing it properly either. If I execute things properly, I think I can get enough height on Noelle to go up and attack her. Nan's actually just off-screen during that whole laser phase. So either if you have a move that reaches really high, like Rachel's Thunders, you can hit her up there, or if you have a way to gain a lot of height as a character, you can go up there and hit her. Hazama has a really easy time of doing it, because if you have the extended range on the chains, they will just reach her. Otherwise, you can just chain, like, twice to get up to her. Do I have... No. Okay, I need this for something I want to test. Hey, thanks for saying I'm the GOAT. I appreciate it. You can... so how it works is, if you want to skip Nan's laser phase the other way, you need to have her do her spinning attack, where she goes up into the air and then touches the ground. You need to have her do that when she's low enough on HP, so you can put her into the stun state. And then when she's in the stun state, she's not able to go up and use the lasers if you kill her before it ends. She does also enter stun state if she just gets low enough, but the easiest way to do it is to put her in a stun state from her attack first. Every boss has a certain move that they'll use that, if you attack them afterwards, it'll put them in a guaranteed stun. Okay, so what I was talking about before is that I found a way to skip phase 2 on Reki in the previous run before this. So I'm going to use this time to see if I can do it again. And if I don't get it, or if I die, what I did was I duplicated my save on the loading screen, so I can basically replay the fight that way if I need to. It's an exploit that I wouldn't do during like normal gameplay, but for testing purposes, it's really nice. And if you want to test out Reki or practice against Reki without having to do an entire run, it's a really helpful thing to know you can do. I know it's against the spirit of a roguelike to be able to practice a boss like that, but I don't really mind it personally. So I don't think I'll get it here. So another way of resetting fights is you go back to main menu, and then you just start the fight again. It'll restart it. I'm not going to spend too much time doing this, but I do want to test it out a little bit just to see if I can replicate what happened before. If not, it'll be something I'll test off stream, and then if I figure out a good way to replicate it consistently, I'll make a video talking about it. Because being able to skip Reki Phase 2 is really huge. I don't think it's gonna work this time either. It's going to be a little bit difficult to set up on Noel.
Welcome to the Ace Mine training system.
I need to get projectiles out right as she's doing the transition from phase 1 to phase 2. The problem that makes it a little more difficult is that sometimes she doesn't always die, and sometimes if you don't kill her fast enough, when she's at low health, she'll do like a desperation move instead, where she can't be killed. Okay, so at this point, I should get a whole lot of the projectiles out. I might have done it a little too early, actually. The other thing is that I need the projectiles to be centered on the screen, too. I'll try it one more time. I don't want to... Or I guess you guys can also answer too, like, would you rather just see me move on to another run, or would you rather see me testing this? Because I don't mind sitting here and testing it, but I don't know if it's something that's, like, entertaining to watch on stream. Okay, so here, if I put these down right in the center, and then I need to burst her really quickly now, is the thing. I think I bursted her too slow again. This might be difficult to do as Noelle. What I need to have happen is I need a projectile on screen during the phase transition, and then what ends up happening is that when she spawns in during phase 2, for some reason bosses in this game, when they first spawn in, they spawn in at 0 HP, and then they heal up to full over like the span of 1 second. If I hit her in that exact moment before she gets her HP back, she just dies instantly. And I managed to do it on a run earlier by complete accident. Let me try one more time with Noelle. If I don't get it this time on Noelle, I'll do a Lambda run, and Lambda will be much easier to test this with. With Lambda, I'll have a lot of burst damage, and then the portals also last a lot longer than these thunderclouds do, so that'll help. Okay, now I think I can burst her here, and she won't do the desperation move, and then hopefully things work out. Is it actually clearing my projectiles? That's interesting. I don't feel like the projectiles would be timing out there, because, the time is slowed down during that phase transition. So if the projectiles were on screen before it, they should still be there. But it's hard to say, since you can't really see what's happening during that. It's either clearing the projectiles, or they did time out. The way I got it before was with a Kokonoe component. It happened to explode at just the perfect time. Yeah, you're right, Tentacle didn't clear. So maybe, I don't know, maybe the projectiles are just timing out. Like I said, it'll be much easier to try on Lambda instead of Rachel, or instead of Noelle. And I'm pretty sure the guy that said, or the person that said they wanted a my run went to sleep, so I can just do a Lambda run real quick instead before I go to eat. I'll be leaving, or stopping the stream after the next run. And Susano's just getting shredded, though. I haven't even really done, like, the whole tactic setup on him. It's just, the exploding fire spirits on their own have always been really good. And then Noelle damage also gets quite high. But let's do this. So yeah, on Susano, the tactic damage looks way worse, because the fire projectiles aren't getting to hit him as often. But on some of the larger bosses, if you can stack the thunderstorms directly on top of them and get full hits in, it actually does pretty good damage. Let's try that. It also kind of helps, I think, if they're in a corner like that. It helps get a lot more bounces on them. And I think having the upgrade to where the skill fire projectiles fire on a cone instead of bouncing would also help out a lot. Because I could just press it like that, and then all of the skill fire projectiles would hit, instead of a lot of them just flying off randomly. Might be kind of nice if I can get the 2 red effects on this character. Yeah, there we go. Oh, thank you for the subscription, by the way, Professor Groupie. I saw that you subscribed right now, just now. I used to have a... Alright, I was thinking about putting a... like an alert on stream when someone subscribes, but the problem I noticed is that, the way that Streamlabs does the alerts, it'll just happen if anyone subscribes. It doesn't matter if they're in the chat or not. So it's kind of weird in that way. So, let's just speedrun through the Lambda run. I do need to eat dinner soon, so we're just gonna speedrun through this one. I'm not gonna do the off-meta tactics. So I think probably what I'll take is Skill Cold, and Endless Ice Spikes might be a really good way to hit Reki as well. Yeah, let's try that. But I think Lambda portals themselves should just be an easy way of hitting her. Up Chain Lightning as well. Not a bad idea. Or do I want... I might actually want just Rending Impact on my attack slot for more damage. I shouldn't need the extra AoE damage from Chain Lightning attacks. Lambda will do enough AoE damage as it is. Oh, I can definitely pick up a Legacy Lightning, though. Legacy Lightning will give Frost Impulse, which will be good for dealing more damage. We just go full speedrun mode and take as many events as possible. We don't really need like another ice tactic room would be fine. Other than that, I can clear the run on Lambda with just what I have now. I don't have Ragna for healing this run, so probably don't want to just take a random HP hit. Yeah, if you ever want to speedrun this game, for like the fun of doing a speedrun, or just for some reason to get a run done with quickly, basically what you do is you just go into as many non-combat stages as possible. So like here, instead of the exchange point, if I do that, I will have to go through a combat room, it'll waste time. But if I go into the rest area, then it still progresses the stage count, and it doesn't take long at all. So again, I just do the same thing. You end up with a lot weaker character this way, but it lets you get through runs very quickly. That's pretty much the only viable speedrun strategy. Ideally, I would have like one or two more potentials by this point. If I was doing like an actual speedrun, I would probably just reset. Speedruns of this game are very volatile if you're going for, or like if you're actually caring about your clear times. There's pretty much two things you can get into for Lambda in terms of like what I would consider her main strong builds. One of them is the heavy attack upgrade, where the heavy attack hits more, and then after you get that, you want the universal, where attacks deal more hits, and then you also want her up plus a dash input. I'm blanking on the name off the top of my head, but it gives you a hidden effect, which makes the heavy strikes hit even more. The heavy strikes will start dealing a lot of DPS once you get that setup done. Otherwise, the other main one that I would say in terms of like meta potentials would be just giving all of the portal upgrades. I am actually going to take a couple of extra potential rooms if I see them, just until we get the full setup that we need, and then after that I'll take everything that's non-combat that's possible. Another attack-based build you can go with Lambda, or the up plus attack ones get pretty strong too. You want these two, and then you want the universal attacks that are more blades. honestly, even like you can get triple dash and the upgrade where the dash attacks deal damage, and you can deal pretty decent damage with that setup as well, especially if you've got something like Frost on your attacks. Lambda's a character I would almost consider to be a little bit overpowered. She just ends up getting really high damage numbers based off of her character scaling damage alone. Really, I think every character in the game has the potential to be very overpowered. It's just a matter of knowing what potentials work well together on them. Tactics to some degree do matter as well, but the main thing is just getting potential set up on characters. But even with every character being really strong, I feel like there's a couple ones that just are on their own tier. Another tip for Lambda is you want to be using your dash attacks as often as possible between your other moves in regular enemy rooms, or you can also do it with the up attacks once you've got them. But basically, you just want to be lifting enemies constantly as Lambda, because her passive makes it where when an enemy falls from a certain height, they'll give you MP back. And that's how I basically just have infinite MP during these normal rooms. I'm able to spam her skills between other attacks. Her passive is something I probably need to just make like a quick guide on at some point. It's something I keep thinking about but then forgetting. Because it's something that a lot of people probably don't know how the actual mechanics behind it work, because the description isn't very clear. The description just says, like, when an enemy falls, regain MP. But they have to fall from a certain height, basically. Really what it's doing is calculating their falling speed, but, there's not a whole lot of, I don't think there's a whole lot of ways as Lambda herself to take advantage of the fact that it's calculating the speed and not the actual height. Ragna's an example of someone who can take advantage of it, though. If you have if you have Lambda as your legacy passive, and you're playing Ragna, you can just do his down air, and he will always get MP back off of her passive. It's actually really broken. The only time it doesn't work is if you're fighting a super armored enemy, like a boss or something. Also, by the way, this is the other part of the heavy attack build that I was talking about. You want Corsair Saber for the hidden effect here. Once you get all three upgrades, the heavy attack upgrade itself, the universal for more hits on blades, and then Corsair Saber for the hidden effect, your heavy attacks will be insanely strong. I I don't want to mess with ground skill damage, because I'll most likely be grounded during the phase transition. Actually, it might not matter, but I'm not going to mess with it either way. And I don't want to invalidate my tactics either. Normally I would invalidate the tactics, but I want the endless ice spikes to maybe be able to hit during the Reki transition too. There we go, we'll pick up Frost Burst. If you're ever running a Frost build with, or I mean, we picked up a Frost Impulse. If you're ever running a build with Frost Burst, you can throw in, Legacy Lightning, get a really good red tactic off of that. Basically, in terms of the speed run, I'm just completely set right now. I do need to pick up portals for testing things, but otherwise I'm good to go for the entire run in terms of potentials. I got like a basically completely attack focused build set up, even though I have Frost on my skills, so you can see how powerful Lambda really is. My Ice Spikes are doing a little bit of damage, but most of this is just Lambda's damage. Before Rachel came along, I considered Lambda to be the best character in the game, but Rachel kind of easily takes that spot now. This boss fight will be a little bit annoying with the setup I have. I don't have it where I can stack portals or anything, and I don't have my jump attacks. I can still hit with the hold attacks though in midair. It's just a lot slower than if I was fighting a grounded enemy. And then if you're going the heavy strike build, you might as well also pick up a invulnerable state. It's pretty useful to have. Yeah, I'll pick it up now. I still have plenty of more chances to see potentials. Really, the only other potential I need is where I can stack multiple portals. Usually what I do with the heavy attacks to get them to come out as quickly as possible is I do heavy attack into dash attack. Then as soon as I start the dash attack, I just hold the attack button, and the heavy attack automatically comes out afterwards. It also makes you very safe as you're doing that loop, because your heavy attack itself gets invulnerability frames, and then you get the dodge frames when you're doing the dash attack for a minute. It's not completely invulnerable, but it is very safe. Another thing you can look for with the, if you're going more of like a portal build, is you want to take triple jump along with that one. Because now you can see every time I jump, every time I do my double and triple jump, it spawns a portal of its own. The portals that get spawned from that actually deal a ton of damage too. They deal the same damage as if it was one of the ones that you had used MP on. They're also really nice if you have something like, if you have Skill Chain Lightning, they'll proc that. So if you have Skill Chain Lightning on Lambda, you can clear out rooms really easily just by jumping around and having that extra damage going off. It also makes, it makes Skill Lightning Impulse really good on her, because they're getting applied automatically a lot of the times. It won't activate things like, it won't activate things like skill light spears and that type of stuff. It has to be an on-hit thing, like skill frost, skill chain lightning, that type of thing. Do we have status damage? Yeah, we do at this point. So I could go to rest to clear my debuffs, but my debuffs are actually giving me a damage bonus, so they're probably worth keeping. The reason they're giving me a damage bonus is, one of the buffs is called status damage, something like that. It gives you more damage for every buff and debuff you have. This one would be useful, in case I fight non-Firebite. There's a trick I can do with it. And then I do need to find... I didn't pick up the... Okay, here it is. Yeah, I didn't think I had picked up this yet. Luminous Slave, where I can have multiple portals down. Man, I just realized I was talking earlier on the stream about how for one of the streams I might do a speed run where I speed run the game on multiple characters. And I just realized how difficult that's going to be to do. I'll need to keep up with the potentials for each character while also keeping up with stream chat and trying to go fast at the same time. So it's much harder to do without Jin passive, but a trick that Lambda can do is, with triple jump, you can get your portals high enough to shoot non-Firebite out of the air. You can do it with just triple jump alone. It's much easier if you have triple jump and the down air attack. Just, the down air gives you a little bit of extra bonus height. But it is possible to do without it. Okay, so now I need to duplicate my save again, just in case anything goes wrong. Also, it'll be just nice to have a duplicated save in case I need to test other things here later. And we'll just go straight into Recce, because we have everything. I don't have a lot of MP. Not a big deal, I guess. I wonder if you can skip this phase if you... You can stun her before this phase, but I don't know what triggers her stun. And then I need to make sure she went into... Yep, she went into the desperation phase there, I think. That is why we duplicate the save.
Welcome to the Ace Mind training system.
And now it's like nothing ever happened. So if you weren't here before, I'll say it again. What I'm testing right now is I'm trying to replicate a way of skipping Reki's entire second phase. I need something that's going to last during the transition and then hit her immediately. Okay, I don't want to get her too low just yet. Now I can kill her. And hopefully these portals will last through the transition. No, I'm pretty sure the portals disappeared. So maybe... There was one portal down, but that was the portal that I was in mid-animation for. And it didn't get put down quick enough to hit her. So maybe they did try to account for this, but they missed Kokonoe components, or something really specific happened there that caused it to... or that caused that entire sequence to happen. I'll have to look at the clip some more and watch it in slow motion. Maybe even frame by frame it, see if I can figure out what exactly happened there. I could maybe time it so if I'm in midair from my jump portal, that would hit. I can try doing that. Let me also put, oh, I wanted to be able to jump. I'll spread the portals out a little bit this time, just in case that matters at all. No, the portals are definitely getting cleared.
Welcome to the Ace Mind training.
So it does seem like they tried to design some countermeasure around what I'm trying to do, but somehow I managed to bypass it completely by accident while playing Kokonoe. I'll put some portals down, and now I'll triple jump. They went away too quickly, though.
Welcome to the Ace Mind training.
It's gonna be really difficult to time it right if I have to do it off triple jump. Because the triple jump portals spawn really quickly. Oh, she's not dead. Yeah, she'll always do, like, certain desperation moves if she's in certain attacks, even if her HP goes to 1. I know I have a portal ready. It disappeared. Hmm. I don't think it was the tentacle that hit last time. I think it was definitely the explosion. Let me pull it up on stream one more time before I go, just to show people that didn't get to see it before. We got like a streamception going on right now. Since the overlay and everything is in the clip. Maybe it was... I don't see the tentacle attacking. I'm pretty sure it was a component explosion, because you can see something explode. What's the button to frame advance? I think it's period. So there's an explosion right there. There's an explosion going on even before the transition finished, it looks like. And then here, you can see, like, the... Okay, no, her health bar hasn't shown up yet, I don't think. She's already dead by this point. And there is definitely the explosion effect from a component. I think it's hard to tell if right here she has 2 health bars simultaneously because of the like her old health bar hasn't been removed and her new health bar is coming in. But what happens is when she's in the transition and she spawns in at like 1 HP, and then her health fills up over the matter of like a second or 2. This happens with other bosses too. But normally you can't hit other bosses during that time. And so basically somehow what I managed to do is I managed to hit Reki in that very tiny window completely automatically from having a component explode. It doesn't look like the tentacles attack at all. And I think that's a lot of damage numbers too. I think that's just a bunch of damage numbers from maybe the component explosion and the component explosion and the fire, maybe. I don't know, it's really hard to say what exactly happened there. 2 things I know is that there's a component explosion that goes on, there's tentacles that are still here, even though a lot of the other stuff is despawning. But it seems like if I try to replicate this with stuff like projectiles from tactics and lambda portals are the 2 things that I tried, it seems like it does clear those projectiles, so this might be a very specific edge case. Anyways, that's... Actually, I need to finish the run. I forgot that Susano existed. Oh, wait, Hold on. I have to actually, like, beat Reki or die to Reki, either one. And then do Susano and finish out the run before I go. I kind of feel like at this point, beating Reki should just end the run as a final boss. I think it feels really anticlimactic to have a boss fight as hard as Reki, and then have to go back and do Suzano afterwards. Suzano just doesn't feel like a final boss after that. She's gonna do an extra phase here. Let me check something. Okay, I did disable the browser from my OBS, but I'm always paranoid about that kind of thing. Especially since I haven't done a whole lot of streaming yet. I also don't really have a way to monitor the stream. I don't have a second monitor to see what's happening on the stream itself. I just monitor the chat from my phone, but I don't run the stream itself from my phone. How long is this, by the way? Oh, it's a Guilty Gear song. I really like this song. I honestly thought it was a song from the I'm gonna butcher the pronunciation of it. The Atelier series. It sounded like something that would fit their music style. I was not expecting it to be a Guilty Gear song. Guilty Gear Overture has a really nice soundtrack, though. Alright, anyways, I have been streaming for 4.5 hours at this point, and I need to take a break and get some food. But I am also just really worn out mentally from streaming for so long. It was a fun stream, though. Thank you to anyone who showed up and chatted, or just came to watch. I appreciate all you guys showing up for the streams, and I have a lot of fun talking to everyone. So, thanks for coming, and I'll see you guys around.